So today we're gonna finish case 3 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The second game, Resolve. So yeah, this is an unused sound we're playing right now. Just so we won't spoil basically where this song is gonna come into play. I'm playing the unused part so that you're gonna listen in another stream what the song was about. So let's warm up with another moving picture. We were at day 5 of Ryunosuke Naruto's 7 Days of Sin, the promotional little vignette that they made 1 week before the release of Resolve in Japan. You're doing great, and it's great that you're streaming today. Oh yeah, really? Well, yeah. Good thing it works for everyone. So let's finish case 3, shall we? Alright, day number 5. 6th of July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, Ryunosuke at the defense. Not the defense. Kasuma.
Hereby call in order to trial the defendant Ryunosuke Naruto. Are the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with this fifth trial? Kasuma is certainly for the defense, my lord. I'm ready for anything.
Her luck shows for the prosecution, I assure you, I'm quite ready. Objection! This is all a waste of time. All our energy should be focused on one thing. There are only 3 days left before the release date, and there, my lord, is a perfect example of the crime in which the accused stands trial this evening. Mr. Naruto, your car presuming suspicious behavior of moments ago.
Suspicious behavior? What are you talking about?
Your eyes, my dear fellow, your eyes. Yeah, they're fidgeting. 2 enormous dinner plates crammed into that studding head with the lone raisin rolling around on each. Never each before has world seen defense lawyer with such an countenance.
Why, what my learned friend fails to appreciate is the resolve expressed by the defendant in the antechamber. The trial's about to get underway at last. I am hungry for this win.
Oh, this is Ryunosuke saying that.
So while those dinner plates' eyes might seem to suggest the defendant is scared, what they really show is the side of this appetite for victory.
Objection! Sadly, that's not the only telltale sign of the accused's panic-stricken mind.
What?
Though at the side of your side of the courtroom, I assure you the dinner plates are quite tip of iceberg. For underneath the dock, the accused's knees are knocking louder than his lordship's gavel. A clear indication of how shaken he is, as evidenced by all but 2 of the reasons being shaking at all the plates. The accused, Ryunosuke Naruto, is charged with disastrously dinner plate eyes, for which the prosecution sees the harshest of sentences. What?
In summary, then, the court must decide the following. Her wide eyes and knocking knees are an unavoidable display of nerves or an unfavorable distraction for a lawyer.
I suggest you start looking for more reasons before all can see the white of your plates.
The prosecution's call for strict penal actions. The defendant Ryunosuke Naruto's fate is now in the hands of you, ladies and gentlemen. Do you find it guilty or innocent? What say you, juror? This is a trial that we cannot afford to lose. My reputation as a lawyer is at stake.
Help me! What a stupid way to accuse someone. He's accused of having shaking eyes and knees, like, to be scared. Like, this is stress because the game is coming up in 3 days and he's feeling the pressure. Alright, that was stupid. Alright, enough about this for today. Alright, start where we left off, trial part 3. Okay, so the 24th of October, 11:53 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. This is Professor Harebrain. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate.
Oh, I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh, yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sight, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes! Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Although that leaves me as an empty set all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Question mark, question mark. Oh, it's the Dr. Sight. Dr. Sight. What voice did I give her last time? Ah, Dr. Courtney Sight, née Stevens. Good day to you. Née being meaning née is French for born, so she was born Stephen, married into Sight. S-I-T-H-E. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me! Dot. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury has a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sight. We know I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Exclamation mark. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
I've already I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. And she leaves. Ryunosuke ... She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits! Oh, I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. All right, no eyesight. I'm hoping to see you soon. Thank you for lurking, I appreciate it. Exclamation mark. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. It says Shom's Caramel. Like, he has his own brand of chocolate. Chocolate caramel. Speaking of caramel, I got some milk duds. So I think I'll have one myself. Just one. Because those things tend to stick on your teeth. What did that warning from Mr. Scholl really means, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. No new evidence. Okay. Probably I'm gonna get them... Where's the sticking to the teeth part? I need to lodge it out quick before I get some cavities. 24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Rabble, rabble, rabble. We have the Professor Wax work in the middle of the court.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you really able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which these nippities is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks!
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two-Spells?
None at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bringing the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff! Show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Soit.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh! Two Spells is in the middle of making a head replica of Herlock Sholmes, but she's doing it with what's the term? It's like it's a sculpting knife, but it's too crude to make some such fine details. So I'm wonder how she's supposed to produce a lifelike resemblance when she's using a sculpting knife as in a stabbing move. Yeah, she used the sculpting knife in a stabbing position, and she's stabbing at the face and hoping it would make a face. So state your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Good grief.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
Scroll, please, assistant. Thank you. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believe it had been kidnapped.
The waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personage exhibit. I detest to say what is evident when Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Ah, are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd! Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. Amanda's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibit could get its hand on that information. To spell ... Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Two Spells principles. Yeah, the more I look at her eyes, the more I see the details. She has actually red, shiny eyes, but she also has some lines. She has some very magical eyes, like... It looks like a mix between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan from Naruto. So it's like a red Rinnegan. So that's what's her eyes right now. I can only see one because the other is hidden by the edge of her witch hat, and her hair. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its model à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles.
There is a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made the waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Yes, I remember. Like, I heard that in Assassin's Creed Unity as well. Like, as soon as Marie Antoinette was beheaded, the spells got access to the beheaded... to the head of the queen that's just been guillotined. And she made her waxwork out of that. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain the truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask... Mais oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous! It's out of the question! The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horror is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the head of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the enterrement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. So the gravedigger must have been Drebber at the time, because he has a wax model of himself in the exhibit.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrate for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster! Tuspel ... Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this!
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh, she brought a newspaper. Men rise from the grave. Criminal returns from the dead night at local cemetery. Mr. Drever's dreadful encounter. It says so even on the newspaper. Was the Bal Masqué to blame for the great blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as report that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theatre has been under lease to famed musician John Henry Anderson, and there's some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his Bal Masqué here. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue to next month, if that beyond, according to the source. Krakatoa eruption, the Great Stink. There's so many. I can read the whole newspaper. Everything is in English. Can I? Oh no. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Okay, if I press R2, it brings back to the court record, but I didn't press R2. Okay. Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he shoved free of the earth. The young man who witnessed this scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced something is hidden, man's chest, whose breath then still hidden words. The youth then finally released the screw been holding and ran for his life. The scream he's been holding. The university student who experienced this shock is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Mad Chic Rampage, local report the most... I can read this for hours. This is such interesting, but probably boring to anyone who's not Asperger. So yeah. The 10-year-old article has been entered into the court record. Oh, maybe I can read it to my leisure then. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. Let me check. Oh yeah, I can read it all. Okay. The resurrected man's chest, whose breath still once more. Okay. So Charles Darwin to receive the Copley Medal. This year's recipient of the Royal Society's most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contribution and researches in the field of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Mr. Darwin joins the ranks of such monumental figures as Léon Foucault. Something little bell. Okay. Great Stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issues. After a great many years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carry on the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. A great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal smell the like away from the river. Alright, okay. So this is where they started building the aqueduct systems under London, made by none other than not that Jon Snow, the real Jon Snow that discovered scientific connections between people getting sick from contaminated water and people having smallpox or something like that. Because up till now, all scientists says, oh, it's people are sick because of humors, because they knew nothing about the world of bacteria. And Jon Snow was like one of the first who made a logical connection. Like every people who was sick had access to contaminated water and sewage water. So all right. So that was an interesting read. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork of that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident of the Gray's exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Syde. Yeah, but back then, like there was no aqueduct system. They were taking the water from the well, but if people like throw their dirty water up in the street and the water ends up in the pool of the body of water that feeds on the well, they're like drinking their own filth. You know? So now we have, that was before we had toilets. Like when you go to the bathroom, where do you dump your old water? Off in the street? It goes somewhere. It goes into somebody else's water. It's like there were no treatment of the water back then, you know? But there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. We'll all find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Soit and Trevor were in on this crime together. The Professor of Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horror is based on a rumor that shocked society in London.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Juror number 1. All right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Oh, of course. Could it be anything else?
The magician number 3. Yes, that story will never disappear. My friend is in the US Army and he says sometimes he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's the way you do things. You take a dump whenever you are. Yeah. Yeah, you take a shit whenever you can. But when you're living in a city with no water system, you rely on the well and stuff like that. Anyway. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead, that is the central attraction to my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside of him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found his way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. So somebody else was there. The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it?
Oh, nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the content of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Madame, might I say something?
Please go ahead, mademoiselle.
When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth.
Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
She spelled ... It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. Oh, I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Advancing ... An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a wax mark of me. Comme ça. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, Le Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspel's. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Oh! Hold it! Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Tuspel's ... It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It has nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. This is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'être of the Tuspel Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret! I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Hold it! You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I have some problem with the shin. Dare I ask? The man has been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his shin would not align itself correctly. Oh my god, she's relying on the rigor mortis to make perfects. The body was too fresh, she could not make a perfect mask. Oh dear, what a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? The rigor mortis. It is because of rigor mortis. Et voila, there you go, rigor mortis. Wrigley mortis? Oh,
It is the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible.
So yeah, she has to do it between 3 hours and 10 hours.
And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an indication. If a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commence 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Oh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the coach just heard from Madame Tuspels. Oh, it's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you say. Of course, I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
You're making a joke. You're making a dad joke, Susato. ... This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you describe whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. Oh, I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. Oh, I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I have no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
... Well, I think corpses should be your domain. I'm no good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the... It took me a very long time because it was the onset of rigor mortis. Is that any relevant to the new... the evidence I have right now? The resurrection... Confirmed at midnight. So he was hung at midnight. At 3 in the morning, rigor mortis should have been kicked in. So... Did they say when exactly that happened? Oh, I cannot go that far. Dead for a short while. This was Drebber. Cannot see an angle. Wait. What's the date of the journal? Monday. Cannot see June something. So it's a Monday. Something after June 17. Alright, I'm gonna... As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered.
Hold it!
You said that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensil and bags, the morning light was becoming visible. Since it's on June, the sun rises early, would be up around 5 in the morning. So she had 2 hours to work on the face. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
Yeah. That really is early. The fact is I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. So she received... Okay, this is where it doesn't add up. So if she finished her thing in half an hour, she received the head at 4:10. But if she had to wait 3 hours for rigor mortis, even still then the job was still moving, it means that the guy died at 1 in the morning and not midnight. So there's an hour discrepancy. So what happened during that hour? It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. The guy wasn't dead. The guy was hung, but he didn't die. He was buried alive, that's why you get out. He died by shotgun. And then they have to... Okay. I think this is what happened. If somebody had discovered... was knocked out, well, maybe the neck didn't break when he was hung. He was probably out of breath and they thought that he was dead. So yeah, it was... Because usually when you hang someone, it's not by asphyxiation that you die. It's from the neck breaking from the noose. Like you fall and then the neck break. Where the noose, like the noose is specially made to break the neck of the guy as you fall. But sometimes things happen and it's not a sure way of killing someone. It's not a sure way to kill someone because there were too many people who survived a hanging, and the professor was probably one of them. Probably his neck was stronger. There could be so many. Maybe the noose was poorly made. There could be so many factors. And even back then, like if you were executed by hanging, you cannot be rehanged again. You have to be executed in another fashion, you know. Yeah, you heard of those, eh? You heard of those horror stories as well. If somebody has discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me or just Mr. Sholmes seems to be taking shape more quickly now too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what you just said particularly significant? Yes, it is. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to.
You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. I'm gonna save here, just to be sure. Because I'm about to present. I'm about to make a move. Okay, I got all my life back from the recess. That's good. Alright, so I'm gonna present the autopsy report.
Objection!
No. Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it?
Would you care to mull over precisely what you find out about it on your own journey to Japan?
Oh, I wouldn't be back to give the court an answer for about 4 months, though.
Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel.
He sounds serious. I have to prove my word before he really does send me back home. Alright, let's try it. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, and I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just paid off the warden too, then? Oh, I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So, that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto?
For some reason, Dr. Sort went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors should revert their leanings to the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, so that doesn't give me any hint of how to press. Okay, I'm gonna try another angle. I'm gonna present the newspaper with the rigor mortis. I'm sure that's not gonna be it, but...
Objection!
No. Same sentence. Let me check the... Okay, it's already checked. Drebber's contract. Okay, that's the term of investment with the machine. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remuneration for government grants of their income. Drebber may uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh! I just noticed that Odie Asman did the drawing. There's a signature near the picture in the newspaper. It has Odie Asman's signature. I just realized. And I have his signature right there. It fits. It's the same signature. Okay, this is an interesting clue, but how do I present this? It has nothing to do with the inquiry so far. I have to keep it for I have to keep it for another time. I don't know how to, okay, I'm gonna check all my evidence again. I check that side, I check that side. Okay, that's not this one. Experiment sketch. No. The fabric of the green balloon. The crossbow. The body of Odie Asman. Courtney Sign did the autopsy report here as well. Hemorrhage, broken vertebrae, screwdriver, photograph of the balloon, the bird cage. Picture of Drebber, the camera, did everything already, the piece of broken glass, the science trophy, the waxwork head, yeah. Usually in that, when I'm in doubt, I'm gonna recheck every sentences again, see if I can something new change. Rigor mortis phenomenon. Okay. Alright, thank you for the alert. I'm rechecking everything. As soon as I found a way out, I'm gonna express myself very verbally. I can be assured of that. I'm just rechecking all the evidence. Right now, everything connects. Everything checks out. The model was made after the illustration of Odi Osman. Okay.
Hold it! Hold it!
It has to be between one of those two sentences, but I don't know which one. Took me a very long time because we've go before the onset of rigor mortis.
Objection!
No, I'm doing it again. It's the same. The last time, no.
Objection!
I'm gonna reload. I'm running out of tries. This is a big pickle.
Hold it!
I'm gonna retry rigor mortis. Already covered that. What if I press the last statement again? This is the only one I haven't repressed another time.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up? Yeah. Very little secret, the morning light, the warden, come patrol. There was no need to pay off the warden. Cannot silence everyone. Secret. I find a contradiction, but I don't see how to interpret it. Was good to get myself on hiding. That's all I got to go on. Okay, so back then Dr. Sight was in on this as well. If that's really true, the professor is only... So do we need to prove that Sight is connected to Drebber through the waxwork based on what she just said? Okay. So this is a thing that connects the professor and Dr. Sight. This is the autopsy connects Asmund with Dr. Sight. Trevor. This connects Drebber into spells. This connects Drebber and Asmund. This connects the professor and Sight. Drebber and Professor, and to spells. Drebber, Professor to spell. Professor Sight. We have proof that the body was found at the scene of the crime. Okay, this is proof that the professor was at the Crystal Tower. Oh, the camera! Yeah, the camera back then. The camera was on the special exhibit. So I guess the... Okay, so this camera was on the neck of the waxwork Drebber. So... Why would Drebber need a camera? Okay, I'm gonna try something far-fetched. I'm gonna present the Tuspel family principles with the camera.
Objection!
No, of course.
Objection!
No.
Objection!
No. So the camera has nothing to do yet. Because it's empty. Back then, you had monocle with black glass. On his right eye. So that means... Is black? Is this his monocle on his right eye? Okay, I'm gonna present the picture of Drebber then.
Objection!
No. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask story mode because I have no idea. Alright. Alright. What's the answer, game? I give up. Fourth. Present.
Objection!
Hey, I did it! Bullshit! The rigor mortis with the autopsy, I did it already. It's a no! Alright. No, you didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything. Just me being frustrated. Because I'm pretty sure I presented it. I don't understand why it didn't work. Yeah, it's the killer autopsy report with the rigor mortis. I did it with the dawn, but maybe I didn't do it with the rigor mortis. But yeah, my idea was correct. My idea was correct. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? Oh, I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report... I got super lag on mobile, but it was a no. Oh my god, it was like... A particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating a wax impression just before dawn, and at that time rigor mortis has not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of their jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Swartz's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed on midnight, 17th of June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui! Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. I'm impossible! Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Syme, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck! Extraordinary! Not on my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's lip jaw on my own hand.
Objection.
There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what he didn't die at the gallows? What if he didn't die at the gallows? He didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Soy, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once! The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
The newspaper? The resurrection.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very clearly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool! That's simply a rumor published by the Gutter Press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed!
Mais oui! The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, it was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness to the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Okay, so... Trevor.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Trevor. Trevor?
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the two, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Trevor. Okay, now on the waxwork we see this is actually his monocle with black glass. And it was poorly drawn on the illustration, but yeah, there it is. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel.
Trevor was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course Madame Two Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... ... Madame Two Spells. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Two Spells, Oui. Yes, I know of it. But from long ago in the past. What?
Oh my!
Good gracious!
Explain yourself! Tell us everything you know! Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. Yeah, the name was there because I read it. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming... Sorry. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studied science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Showing the judge, Van Zyck and his assistant. And back to Ryunosuke. And back to the overall view of the court. Back to Ryunosuke. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night, but the public treated this claim as nothing more than a amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man stole a waxwork model from the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxworks built is a poor match for the victim, as its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Van Zyck, Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage has in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Soy would have noticed it immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Soy put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. but that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Okay. For some reason, Drebber knew that Sight lied about the execution of the professor. So he brought the body double not because he resembled the victim, but it was as a hidden message for the coroner to say, you better lie on this, you better lie again like you did on this one, or else there's gonna be trouble. Interesting. Ah! Rubble. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sight to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Exclamation mark. Van Zieks is dumbfounded because he cannot summon Dr. Sight himself because Strongheart forbidden him to. But now Ryunosuke is about to do it, and that's gonna have severe consequences with Strongheart as well. Let's hope. What a nice twist! Like I knew it was have to come to. I knew it would have come to this. I had a feeling that we would have to bring Dr. Sight to the stand, even though it wasn't possible. We had to find a way, but we did. We found a way.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sight is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Van Zieks ...
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Flashback. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody will want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks ... The prosecution calls for the instruction in that missive to be scrapped! Exclamation mark.
Lord Van Zieks! The missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office!
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sight both take the stand together.
Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff! Send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sight of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sight. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone throws away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Fade to black. Alright, we have Drebber, we have 2 spells, and we have Sight. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sight. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Sight ... Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Drebber ... And Dr. Soy, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. Is it the belief of the defense? It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and you were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? ... If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago was some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sykes. A secret so profound, it would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Drebber, ... Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Drebber, ... So he was the student who saw it. Rubble. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tuspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that it was really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Ka. What an interesting twist! Question mark. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in the court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Side ... Drebber ... They're looking at each other, but they're not talking. She lowers her gaze.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. Witness testimony. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted the model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you would have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse would come back from the dead. But so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Arrgh!
If the details in the article are untrue, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Stein would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness! You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposer.
That is quite beyond the pale! You would invite divine retribution, sir!
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unherded my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I have to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Aha! We have a motive! We found the motive. You wanted to kill Odias Man because his signature is on the newspaper. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense?
Am I reading that part, Art? That guy is a cyborg. He's got a mechanical arm, and you can hear the gears grinding, right? And he moves very stiffly mechanically, so I'm doing a voice that fits him. like, in the name of the law, you are under arrest. Pow, pow. Yeah, that was RoboCop. So I tried to give him a RoboCop. Freeze, scumbag, you are under arrest. Thank you. At once, my lord. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimen to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangement with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the grave. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain says exactly the same.
Quite speechless at the aberrant levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporter from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spreads like the plague to the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the account turns out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? You remember the movie Johnny Five? Yes. Johnny Five, alive, no disassemble. Disassemble, dead. Johnny 5, alive. Johnny alive. Number 5, yeah, at first it was number 5, and then he decided to name himself Johnny because of the song Here's Johnny. Tam, 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 tam. Input, input, need input. Tam, tam, tam. Here's Johnny. Stephanie, you change colors. Ooh, sexy software. No disassemble. Johnny, number 5 alive. 5 alive. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well, thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university to be haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I see in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You would have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. Well, I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show you really did see the professor?
If we have anything at home, Mr. Naruto.
I know, I need to present against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
Hold it!
That young woman meaning Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely, I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. You really do it in the movie where they gave this guy like 100 lines a minute. In Short Circuit, yeah, there was some line he would say like spider very fast, like synonym. He would read the encyclopedia. Input. Okay, book finish. I need more books. More input. And then I believe he was reading a mystery book, and then he stops in the middle. I think the gardener did it. Ah, I was right. I think it was the Hounds of the Baskerville. I don't know. I don't know what he wrote. I don't know what he read, but it was a detective novel. I think it was a Sherlock Holmes or Poirot. I don't remember. Anyway, I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Two Spells way.
It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Trevor took with him at Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. The details of the camera has been updated in the court record. Well. So I'm pretty sure that now I can go back and visit and present the camera as evidence. Because he would have an opportunity to... I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? I'm gonna check the camera again. I want to make sure. Because I'm pretty sure that this can be open. And there's nothing. This is where the photographic plate goes, I think, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Trevor used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Two Spells.
She's very keen on everything she has, on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? And there's blood. I remember now, there's blood on the camera.
What a wonderful machine!
You really love contraption like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, Shirley.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells at the time by the rumbling of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba.
Look, Mr. Naruto!
What is it?
On the bellows, just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
Oh, I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Alright, so this is proof that the professor was alive. Because the testimony says that at first he didn't shriek. So I think that what Drebber did as a reflex, the guy came from the graveyard, so since he was a scientist, he had a camera, he would have taken the professor risen body as proof that he did came out back from the dead. But then somebody shot it from behind. Blood from the professor splattered on the camera, and then that was probably somebody from Scotland Yard, like, and they would say, okay, that this guy is now dead because the execution was made up and he was buried alive by accident, and since he was a witness, he probably confiscated the photograph. So that's why we don't have it. So the police took a photograph, and the case is a hush-hush. Is a Pandora's box. There's more detail that we have yet to know, but it's like it must be a bigger mess. There you go. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let that slip that night after night. I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. ... You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. ... Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Sighed ... What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Sard's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sard are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly!
Alright, so what was the statement again? The illustration in that newspaper was based on what I witnessed on that night. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all.
it!
I'm gonna present and then present the evidence. You have to leave at 5 p.m. Is that soon? That's like in half an hour. Where do you need to go? Yeah, I have 2 more hours of trial. You're probably gonna miss the end of it. You're probably gonna have to watch the VOD after the stream for the other half of the stream. I don't know. Is there anything material could be shown to the professor? Okay, so I have to physically present it like the old-fashioned way. Okay, I never actually saw the professor at all. Camera.
Objection!
Oh, come on! The last statement would seem to be at odds somewhat with the evidence. My sister gonna pick me up to fill out some paperwork for her job. Oh, I see. I see.
Is it your task, Counsel, to explain the somehows into the court, not the other way around?
Oh, it just seemed to jar, though, don't you think?
What I think is what this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes.
Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Come on now. It's not the... Let me reload. This doesn't make sense. Where did I save? Wait.
Hold it!
It didn't save. Wait, did I load the wrong thing? Oh dear. I didn't save before I present.
Excuse me.
Wait. I didn't do it. Okay, I accidentally pursued a side. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I have to press that again so I can have the... Okay, now it's updated. And I'm gonna go back and save. Because when I reload the autosave, and that was like before the evidence was updated. There you go. So let me present it again. The camera.
Objection!
No. Okay, that's weird. So it's not the camera. Prove that he see the professor, that's not the newspaper. Let's see the camera. Okay, the actual camera that Mr. Drebber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. Okay. I realized I never actually saw the professor at all. I doubt this is it, but...
Objection!
The newspaper? They said it was fake. Why is it the newspaper? Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yeah, that's it. Exclamation mark. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, I'm gonna take a sip of water. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. Did you read this? In this game that has multiple endings? No. I don't think that this game has multiple endings. It does, guys. Some issues. Okay. No, it doesn't have. It doesn't have multiple endings. Sometimes two pieces of evidence can confirm the same. Can contradict the same argument, but. Usually it's pretty much linear, and there was a game with multiple endings. Basically it was at the end, if you manage to connect the wrong evidence with the wrong witness, you have a bad ending. And if you were like paying attention to the trial and you did the correct combination, there was a good ending. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. There you go, he was hung with the mask on. Those dumbass. They didn't kill him proper. The helmet protected his neck. So he only choked to death. He only choked until he passed out, and then he was buried alive. And then when he come to, he got out of the grave.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Okay, so this is why the newspaper was still relevant, because the body was drew with an iron mask on. And apparently that detail was not public knowledge, so the reason why Odie drew it was because of his own testimony, so he did actually see it. Okay. You could say that he lied, but no, actually it was a real piece of evidence, so we have to disregard the fact that, like, just because he said that, oh no, it didn't happen, like, this piece of evidence is worthless, doesn't mean that you're forbidden to use it. It's just that you have to still go through it and still claim that, no, it's true, it's true. So unless you actually seen the professor last night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in this illustration. Arg. Rubble.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
Da. It is a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. Exclamation mark. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I had seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and I realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. Oh, I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Yeah, you see, I was already over the point. I was only, I was one step ahead. Like, I was presenting the camera, but no, we have to present the newspaper, and he would be stubborn, and he would amend his testimony. It's like, I'm too efficient for the game. I'm simply too efficient. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. No, it does make sense. It was out of order. Yeah, I was out of sequence. Yeah. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally... Sorry. Equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. I don't think that's how... For some reason, I find that hard to believe. I don't think that's how a metal mask for dissections protect their face. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next seconds, a gunshot ran out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fire upon one of them.
If a gravedigger has shot someone in the cemetery, I think I might have been rather big news, my lord.
Oh, yes. Well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Now, Two Spell has something to say about it. And she's stabbing Sherlock's face mad.
Excuse me.
Madame Two Spells? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would you be fair to say that Mr. Drever's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drever could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Yeah, the French actually say... They say ooh la la, but they don't say it as the way they say it in the movies. Like in Back to the Future, ooh la la, ooh la la. It's more like ooh la la. It's still a French thing to say, but sometimes they would just say hola to say hey there, hola for hold it. But otherwise in this gruntal sigh, like oh la la. Like, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Oh, la, la, he's sputtering other nonsense. And they don't say it like the Moulin Rouge way. Like, ooh la la. But no, they say ooh la la here. I think they say Sacre Bleu once. But Sacre Bleu, this is a thing we say even less. We don't say Sacre Bleu. We dit zut. And we do say merde, which is shit. Like mierda. But yeah, we don't hear a lot of people writing French characters and making them say merde. I think the one who got closest to what a Frenchman would really say was the Wachowskis when they did The Matrix. During the second character, the Frenchman, when they say nom de Dieu d'enfoiré de Christ de Calice de tabarnak d'enfoiré d'enculé de ta mère. Like, it's like wiping your ass with velvet. It's true. We were laughing out loud. It's like, yes, swears it. French swears in the movie theater. Mierda means shit in Spanish. Yeah. I know. I know my share of Spanish insults. I remember the translation, what they means, but not necessarily the words. Like son of the Eucharist, son of a giant whore, I shit on your mom. It's funny when your mom says I shit on your mom. Hi, mommy, but you're my mommy. When you're, I'm gonna give you a cookie. Oh, you recounted me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
I could certify they do say that. We do that a lot here, a lot. You can hear that from women and their own kids. Yeah. Have a care, Drever. That's no way to speak to a lady. Okay, rah. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drever told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making this all up.
That will do! Mr. Drebber!
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, Console! I will not permit baseless accusation in my courtroom.
Roy.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this, witness.
Very well. Fancy ... There was no gunshot from behind me at all. No air, nor any spattering blood. Okay, this is bullshit. Bullshit. Now I'm gonna shoot the camera again.
Objection!
Thank you. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? Exclamation mark. But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleagues and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows, like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right, it's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Okay, you have to leave, you have to come back early, you're still screaming, I'll catch you if I'm not, I'll catch you on the next street. Thank you, no problem. Thank you very much for being here. Go see your sister, and I hope you will catch you by the end of the stream. If not, you're gonna catch the VOD. Thank you, my friend, see you soon. Bye. Have a nice evening.
Something that could be so confirmed with a simple chemical test. Is that right, Dr. Soy?
Exclamation mark. It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, He's sweating. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Out of order, out of order. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone!
Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
That would be Courtney Sight, age 39. She was 29 when she performed the autopsy. And wait, Esmeralda Tuspel was 16 when she did the professor? Wow. Okay, Courtney.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Soy. Sight.
Well, whatever you mean.
Sight da. Imagine if the candidate would be sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine that the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor...
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke! Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened! Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs! No one can escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implication of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Sight da. It is exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Soy would consent to any demand made to her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in the crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Soy wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Boot on the stand. Spurs on, with the glass of wine on his hand. Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and the whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me!
It's just the sort of tall tales Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest level. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? Crush! Oh no. A toast! If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work out that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. He pours another glass of wine. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite.
This is juror number 4.
Hard to imagine any sums of money being offered of research could warrant it.
Juror number 3. To rely on such stage deception with such much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose, and this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who's already invested money in the venture, and would be instrumental in future profits too. A toast. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me reserving Not a single penny. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No.
There is a contract, that's very true. ...
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't muddy at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Exclamation mark. Let's see if you can back up your headsy proposal, shall we? Glass in the candelabra. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all cautions to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman Du Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I got them already. Yes, my lord. The evidence established the motive explained why the missus wanted the victim dead is right here. Just want to make sure. Yes, the signature here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article establish a motive for the deed.
The contract, I think. Let me check, just to be sure. Yes, the contract.
Take that!
Is this contract, my lord? Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact, that proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that these newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows clearly, very clearly, why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? So I have to point physically at the signature. There it is. Oh, Asman.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about this ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signatures at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of his case, Mr. Odie Asman. He falls on the floor. He's on his knees.
Objection!
But explain to the court why! Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell it reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale! You would invite divine retribution, sir!
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unhearded my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I have to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Another testimony. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Drebber back to present. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position itself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber!
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious!
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you generally believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! Now I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent? He didn't lack talent, he won the fucking trophy.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Exclamation mark. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. ... There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field! Exclamation mark. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talent would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Drebber, ... I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intentions of forgiving the man. Drebber, ... Drebber, ... He leans his head. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Susato ... She sounds worried. Hold it! This is Sight? Sight says hold it. Hold it! Ah. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secrets from 10 years ago. Oi. No.
Good Lord!
Rabble. Dr. Sight, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I've done my best to bury deep inside myself. You see the picture of the waxwork of the professor? There seems to be a note inside of his breast pocket. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sight, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. ... All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alteration to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. And she bows her head. I can only apologize now. You can see everybody's face. Why on earth would you buckle now? Sight ... Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? We'd have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in the murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Van Ziek ... So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. ... Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. Nothing at all. What? Van Zieks, ... Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Yo!
Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatens to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. ...
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Exclamation mark.
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoing of Mr. Trevor. The defendant is Professor Albert Hairbrain. ...
Very true. It almost slipped my mind. Oh, isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Syed has admitted to the allegation brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You may...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution has any objection?
Van Zieks, ... And he bows. None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Mr. Professor Hairbrain's innocence!
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution of or defense have any other matters to discuss.
Van Zieks, ... Ryunosuke, ... Well, I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Syed suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is immediate adjudication or further testimony. Well, the game is young. I can save. Because I know if I push for immediate adjudication, it wouldn't sit well with Ryunosuke. So maybe further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? Lord, you do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Ryunosuke, ...
Mr. Naruhodo! What exactly are you thinking?
The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open.
Alright. ...
Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Shelbs knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure the acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. That's the prosecutor's job, bitch. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Soy. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting anyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh, he's dropping his bottle. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. Oops, I slipped. That's what you call it? A slip?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieg?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You what? Lord Van Zieks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Syke, you will testify for the court, explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Right. Very well. The waxwork hot? Oh, the waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body has to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlist the help of the entire forensics investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You are very shrewd, boy. So kind of you to say.
What about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all? That's a terrible corruption!
Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instruction. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Syke's face. She's smiling. Is the defense right to cross-examine any witnesses following testimony? What is about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? Oh, there are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing what was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Ah, yes, thank you, Lord Van Ziggs. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where, then, was the victim's body?
Aside da-da-da. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such direction? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. Oh, I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Sorry. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which gauge should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. Or I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Da-da-da. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this, presenting the screwdriver. Yes, the instruction in the engineer note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you mean that that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss, under the stage, where the birdcage had fallen.
Hello, Doctor?
Da-da-da. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. You see a reconstruction? I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. We see the body of Osman lying on his back. We see the screwdriver on Scythe's hands, and I took the screwdriver in both hands, and I plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report, as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was... the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Mr. Zato?
Something's about Dr. Sight's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Sight! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death or what she did to the victim. Oh, shit. I need to pay attention. What do I want? Stab to the chest. Yeah. Disaligned. The autopsy said hemorrhage to a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflated by a sharp implement. Broken vertebrae, most resulting an impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. The broken vertebrae. He broke his neck. But yeah, we don't see any. Yeah. It's kind of weird, like, because we don't see any bruises or. His neck looks fine. So, how did he got his neck killed? Broken. The shock went from the bottom, but his neck got broken. That doesn't make sense. Cause yeah, this thing break. You would think there would be injury to the knees, because they would have absorbed the shock. Like, it wouldn't make sense if it would fall on his head, but it fell on his base. So, what do I want? The real cause of death? I want the real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, is that what you want? Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma as man suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent.
You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. Side ... There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigator there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, committing perjury, and dare to talk about chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto! You mustn't let her win!
I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is that the state secret of the highest level I had to protect.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Fate in Scotland Yard's going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out anyway. So, yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down! Dr. Slide! Juror number 6, the old cop. Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret? No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respected your determination. Woo! I nearly froze over that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto.
Sight, So, that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. I wonder if it's the right sentence, because I don't know how to present it with how to expose it. Well, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go with my hunch. Yes, present the birdcage.
Objection!
No. What else? So Drummer took care of popping the balloon. I'm gonna present the photo, I don't know.
Objection!
No. Oh.
Hold it!
Whoops. Just reload at this point. I want to backtrack and try the other sentence.
Hold it!
Never change it. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
She couldn't do it because of the build of the cage. So it was you, Stabasman, with this. Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instruction I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you twist the fact? Did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay, I think this is the... yeah, the stood over the victim's throat where the lady couple cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. So it's gonna be the bird cage because looking at the design... How do you open this? He said you opened the cage as she plunged it in, but the way she built her sentence, I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. The way she said it like that, the cage makes it impossible for her to plunge the screwdriver well in it. Like you have to open the door, she has to enter the cage herself.
Objection!
No, it was that. Oh! Oh, sorry, I was kind of... Oh my god, is that a raid? Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Friend, raid hype and resub hype. Hello, Super Blind Man. It's a raid. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And season change, time passes by. As the weeks becomes a month, becomes a year. Thank you very much, Super Blind Man, for 13 months sub. I was pondering and I was inside my head. I was trying to figure out this little contradiction in Phoenix Wright. We're playing Greatest Attorney. We're on the second game, the third case. We're close to a not guilty verdict, but there were another piece of a piece of information that eluded us. And instead of saying, no, go on with the not guilty process, we have to open our mouth, of course, and check who was the not guilty party. So, yeah, right now I'm trying to figure out, we have a part when during pressing a testimony, she can add one sentence or another, and we have to find which of the two we can present evidence on. And I'm trying to find an angle. Right now we have a body that fell from 30 feet, and they say that the real cause of death was a broken neck from the fall, but that's the only injury it had. So it didn't fall from the. I'm about to go to stream. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I understand that you were quite busy. We're playing World of Warcraft. Let me give you a proper shout out, Super Blind Man. Let me give you a proper shout out. Be sure to check this magnificent person's channel, Super Blind Man. He's a gamer. He's a blind person. World of Warcraft. Yeah, he was playing World of Warcraft. I see him play a bit. There were some new added implements that made the game more accessible. Like some sound cues, you were able to attack at melee, some rage attack. And hello, No Eyesight, welcome back, welcome back. We just got raided by Super Blind Man. They were playing World of Warcraft. And yeah, I'm still stumped a bit with... Thank you very much. Have a good dinner, Super Blind Man, and we'll see you when we see you. Thank you very much for the love. Thank you for trusting me, your community, with me. I need more brains. I need to figure this thing out. So be sure to ask me any questions about the case. I'll make sure to answer the best as I could. Or otherwise, I'm gonna have to use story mode to tell me what's the answer, what I'm looking for. And I try to avoid that as much as possible. So, alright, thank you. Welcome back, my friend, No Eyesight. I can't believe it ended quickly. But I'm glad for you to be back. So basically, we're close to a non-guilty verdict. We're interrogating Dr. Sight one last time. So basically what she said is like, it all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. And then you can switch between two supplement testimony between the real cause of death and what we did with the way we stabbed the victim. So right now I'm in this how we did the stabbing. I stood over the victim's corpse when it lay in the topple cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. And the other statement is the real cause of death was the trauma from the 30-foot fall and the broken neck. And I cannot find where the contradiction is. I have no idea why they want to prolong the trial anymore. And I'm afraid I'm gonna have to use story mode to get through this last leg of the story. And then she said, I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately. And the truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So let me check. So if she had to protect this, the thing, so this was found at the scene of a crime, the balloon. There was a crossbow. The piece of glass was found on the waxwork body. The head was stolen from Madame Tospel's special exhibit, found at Drebber. This was found at Drebber as well. This was found at Tospel's. Who gave me the photograph of Drebber? I forgot. I think it was Gregson from Scotland Yard. Photograph of the balloon taken by Gotts, the little kid. Then we have the fake autopsy report. The post-explosion photograph. Let me check that. It fell. Okay. The screwdriver was found on top of the stage. Okay, let me try something. The body had to be arranged. I stood over the victim's corpse. Okay, let me try the screwdriver. Maybe that's the thing that he wants.
Objection!
No. That last statement would seem to be at odds. It's your task to explain the sum house to the court, not the other way around. Oof. Alright, I'm gonna reload and give up. I'm gonna use story mode. I am stumped and my brain is shutting down and I want to finish that case. So I'm gonna use story mode. I enlisted the help of the forensics team. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret that I still have to protect it. Okay, so that's the story. So they loot. Actual body of the victim, extraction beginning the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
I have to press again on that? I did already! You mean what we did with this, correct? I did already. Miracle instruction. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Airbrain alone could have killed Asman. Oh! She's about to change. Okay, the story modes want me to change to the other sentence. I see. It was the real cause of death. I think. Yeah. They want me to change the sentence. That's why they... So the real cause of death was the 30-foot fall. So we're gonna change it. No, it was the screwdriver with the thing with the chest.
Objection!
Wait, what? The photograph of the victim? Oh, I didn't try that. Oh, I did the photograph of the victim on the footfall, not on the thing with the screwdriver. So they're saying that. Okay, we'll see. You got stomp on that. The developers of this game are. Yeah, well, usually people would go and try everything. You would give up, try everything, and spam all the evidence, and then reload, and then spam the evidence, and then reload. And story mode is like a nice way to say, okay, this mystery probably too hard for you, so here's like autopilot. If you would only want to hear the story and you don't want to think about it at all. So, I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Console? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. This is a new music. I like the new music. Oh. Oh. Dr. Soy, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Exclamation mark. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victims in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photograph and death. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would see the alleged inconsistency in the witness's statement?
Oh, the pieces. Oh, I see now. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I see it now. They're thick pieces of glass near where the birdcage is. So they put the... No, that was fabricated. Okay, no, this is where they found the body. That's supposed to be there. Okay. So, okay, are they gonna say that they stabbed it on the breast pocket? Because they say they stabbed on the chest and the ear is stabbed on the heart. Okay, I'm gonna try that.
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It's clearly extended in a downward direction towards the man's feet. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? The blood stains is pouring down, suggesting it was stabbed being standing up instead of being down. So, oh my god! Oh shit! I get it now. Odie Asman didn't die. Oh my god! Dr. Side killed the guy. Oh my god, this is perfect. This is a good twist. I didn't see that coming. I understand now. Okay, because the way the injuries was made in the birdcage, it only fell from a 30 top. Boom. So I don't think there were any broken vertebrae. They say, oh, only forensics can see a broken vertebrae. They're programmed to do. But what if there weren't? Odie Asman didn't die. Odie Asman was killed by Dr. Side because she was making a scene to protect the... Oh shit. That's a big twist. I didn't see it coming.
Then why is that significant, Council?
The victim was stabbed moments before the Kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected.
Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Soit made it very clear that in her testimony just now, that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the Grand Deception was set in motion, when the birdcage has fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim has already been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Yeah, it would stab in all directions because it would be laying down. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Side. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Soy, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Rubble. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified a contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Soy, exclamation mark. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you altered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an all-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Side's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
How she was coerced, the stabbing of the victim, or the autopsy report? The autopsy report. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is, you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit for yourself. Can you honestly say that's not what happened? Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Well, good. Glad to hear it. Oh fuck, that wasn't it?
What then was the purpose of that exchange, Council?
Will this farce never end? But there's no question that Connor's testimony was built on a tremendous lie. Okay, so it's not the stabbing of the victim. I guess that's to be it, the stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its sides when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Yeah, we see Odie Asmund going out of the cage. But Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. Yeah, the cage protected him. He's standing up. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Soit appeared. Side da-da-da. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Yeah, Dr. Soit killed the guy. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Airbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Soit! Rubble.
Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. Side da-da-da. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up! As if I would do something like that!
Objection!
Oh, now, Susato objection.
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the fact using evidence and logic alone.
Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What would you mean? And I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. Yeah, what's her motive for killing Odie Asmund? What? Oh, wait. The journalist? The article? She was there because she killed the professor. Because the same thing happened twice. This is what I thought. Yeah, because... Yeah. Like usually I think they make they think the pattern is easy because, oh, the killer will make the same mistake twice. Like in the first trial, Dr. Syde fabricated the autopsy and pretend the guy was dead and he killed it afterward, and that was made a secret. And here it happened again. She was coerced into protecting her big secret, but then okay, she had to fake the guy's death, and then when she found out that the guy didn't die, she had to kill him again and then make another fake autopsy. You see, like I have to take that into memory for next trial if it's gonna be another bullshit like that. The first game wasn't that complicated, I assure you. They really pull, they really outmaneuver themselves with this game. Like there's a lot more bullshit than in the other Phoenix Wright trilogy. I thought they've been over this. Because with Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies and with the first Great Ace Attorney and with Phoenix Wright Investigation, they were finally managed to pull themselves head out of their asses. But now they're sinking again with this game, and usually I manage to solve the thing on my own, but this one I didn't manage at all. I was already accepting Drebber and being guilty, and she would have gone away. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Syde there. Exclamation mark.
I'm rather relieved to say this seems somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Okay, let's get that up. No, when you question what possible reason could you have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
I'm gonna save here. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? What did they saw yesterday? Try to remember. Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Syde would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The iron mask, the scalpel, or the screwdriver. Eh? Iron mask? What about the screwdriver? We didn't see it yesterday. The iron mask was inside the balloon. Man. Okay, I'm gonna say the iron mask first, then the screwdriver. Because we only saw Courtney's lab only for once, and there wasn't anything. Every time that I think that the sequence of evidence is correct, something twists or screws up. Yeah. I'm gonna try the iron mask. It's the iron mask. You've lost me. Huh?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but why the Iron Mask?
Well, of all the things I saw yesterday, it left the greatest impression, so, clearly you have no idea what you're talking about. I think I must have said the wrong thing. Yeah, I did.
Forgive the interruption, Dr. Sai, but what my colleague meant to say was scalpels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you?
Scalpels? Of course. No.
What do you say, scalpels?
What about her scalpels? Did I miss a detail? It would appear that's word that struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Oh, yeah! Yeah, there was a detail. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. The ledger. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh?
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
And I still don't know why?
500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered what on earth could you be using that many scalpels for? But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's account. Asman's criminal organization rely heavily on extortion from his funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Dreba, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Soit's darkest secret that he could use to rack money from her for the next decade. Okay, so now we required further thinking that was beyond my understanding, but you have to understand that Odie Osmond is a criminal and he's a blackmailer. So I didn't know how he would be able to blackmail Sight, but he would extort money from her for his silence, because he knew about the professor story, because he wrote the article. He was the newspaper journalist. And the way they did it was basically they give the money to she was giving it the money to Odie, but to justify the loss of money she would have to put in the ledger 500 scalpels a month. They never bought actually 500 scalpel a month. It was basically the worth of 500 scalpel was basically her monthly fee for keeping Odie's mouth shut. So she had a motive of killing Odie Asman would be, okay, that way I don't have to put 500 scalpels a month on the ledger. Yeah, she was cooking the books.
The darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. ... So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might, to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secrets forever. never understand. None of you! What we've had to keep covered up all those long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case may never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney's side will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
Drebber, ... 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate has over you all these years. ... Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? Exclamation mark. Drebber ... It's the adult brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Trevor! ...
This is confession time. Thank you, No Eyesight. I hope you'll be back. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? Exclamation mark. So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. ... Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. ...
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Soy, to be precise. ... It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. Hello, Tyler. How you doing? This is confession time. We finally solved the case. There was a big twist, a big wrench in the gear that destroyed my assumption. And basically we're gonna unravel it all. So sit back and enjoy the wreck. He just wanted to employ my service as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise the plan.
horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future. So I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. You're here just working? Very well then. We'll work away and listen to all I have to say. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. View on everyone. The only person giving him sympathy is Susato. Your action against those who ruined your future was justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospect, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. ... Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and other misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own action resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. ... I... Oh, confession time is over?
Lord Van Ziggs, wanting Dr. Sight.
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. Alright, so Tyler, basically what happened is Trevor concocted a plan to kill Audie Osmond. And he coerced the coroner, Dr. Sight, because they both knew about the secret about the professor, like his execution being a failure, and they buried the guy alive. So when he got out of the grave, Trevor found out, and he was shot. And we have no idea who shot him, but I suspect it was probably Dr. Sight. But basically, it was a blunder in the part of the Scotland Yard. But now we have Odie, who was interviewed by Odie Asman, who was a journalist back then. And he made this story public, and he was like this journal was the only one where his name has been leaked. And because of that, Trevor was expelled from the university where he studied as a scientist, and he brooded revenge for 9 years. And then he met the guy again, Odie Asman. He was a criminal mastermind disguised as a philanthropist. And he said, "Hey, did you hear the news? There's this fake coroner who's you know the one I'm talking about, who's the head of a new forensic thingy. So he wanted to make a device to get revenge on Odie Asman by putting the blame on Harebrain because of his stupid idea of teleportation." And basically what they did, like, he stole a waxwork of the professor, not because he looked like Odie Asman, but it was to show the coroner of forensics, like, I know what you did 10 years ago, and if you don't want the story to be exposed, you're gonna do as I say. So basically, yeah, you have to dress the crime scene and make it look like Harebrain did it. But when she got out, when she applied, when she found the body, The guy didn't die, he just fell from 30 feet, but the birdcage protected him, so he was unconscious for a while, and then he got out, shaken, and she was surprised. But she killed him not out of coercion, but because he was blackmailing her as well, because he knew that that she faked that autopsy about the professor, and she knew that she would do anything to protect the secret, because it's it's a blunder on the entire justice system. So he blackmailed her, and she had to pay him every month, and she cooked the ledger to pretend that she would buy 500 scalpels a month. But actually she didn't buy any scalpels, it was just to justify the loss of money. And when she found out she has an opportunity to kill Odiasman right then and there, like, okay, this guy, I don't need to blackmail him anymore, so I'm gonna kill him right here and there, I'm gonna pin it on Drebber. Drebber thought that he killed it all along, and there was a point like, do you want an immediate acquittal? And the game made it look like there's something more, there's more hidden truth. I was ready to say, okay, send this ass to jail, all I need is my non-guilty verdict, and that guy, the guy I would have convicted would have been thinking that he was guilty. I thought that he was guilty, and the game had to force me to figure out a small detail I didn't pay attention to that made the difference, which was on the picture, the blood wound was dripping downwards, suggesting that she stabbed the body while the body was standing up. So if the body was standing up, I mean, killing while he was alive, because if the body was stabbed while laying down, the splatter would go in all the directions, not downwards, following gravity. Which I find it bullshit, because she stabbed him in the heart, there was not much blood. So the picture was dressed in the perfect manner to suggest that he died from the fall first, and then he was stabbed to make it look like it was stabbed, because there would have been more blood. There wasn't. A stab in the heart makes a big mess, and this picture didn't show that, so I call bullshit. So there. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. ...
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contribution to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realize. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolvable guilt.
Hairbrain, This whole experiment has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Dame dane, danero, dame daroyo. Baka mitai. Professor? Van Ziek, ... I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused utter pain and misery. Others with a far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Ziek, and the derision with which he's referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Hairbrain da. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dream. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh! Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has already made me think, but this is the right decision.
Oh, it's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. That's it, I'm retiring. Fuck him, I'm too old for this shit.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Fireworks! Confettis! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Court is adjourned.
It's over. That was some trial. (24th of October) 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Congratulations! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is! It is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain!
Hairbrain, ... Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
What about the rent? You guys need rent. Herlock is gonna try to get that money out of you one way or another. Like, the whole reason why Herlock Sholme is doing a part-time job posing as a wax sculptures in To Spell's museum is because you guys are fucking broke. The only thing that pays the rent right now is Iris's books, and that's it. Oh dear, oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my. Yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lies in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Oh, Van Ziek. I cannot allow that. Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing in here? Barak! My friend, I'm sorry you have to go through all that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. ... You're one of the very true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I have always knew that you have my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Van Zieks ... Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? He's gonna leave the country? Why? What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Oh, hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No! No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zieks. What's all this about? A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you left Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well.
Oh, it's that Reaper curse. Oh my god, he's worried about that.
Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Oh yeah, this is why they're gonna take Gina to France. They're gonna take Gina to France under the protection of Tobias Gregson, pretending it's for Expector training, detective training, and Airbrain's gonna be sent back to Germany. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Baroque!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friendship package get any say in it?
Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks?
Lord Van Zieks ... In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything! Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. And Susato bows.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany! Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk? With me? Am I dreaming? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Don't make me wait! Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. "24th of October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. It's all empty. Oh, but the doll is still there. The waxwork and the coffin is still there. Oh, and the assistant as well. So, are you satisfied? You save a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least. That's the man's innocence could be... I'm relieved that the man's innocence could be proven at least. Van Zieks, ... Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Ryunosuke, ... Smacked both his cheeks. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who has no business being here. But now I think differently. ... You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led you to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago then, one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visitant Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standard. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspect even, just a never-going list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. That was in 1902, I think. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. Let me guess. They hide their face because the killer was Japanese. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
He leaves.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
He has the key! He got the key from Tuspels.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
It's a Japanese. Ryusuke jump in front of him.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
There's a little long hair tied up with a ribbon.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
Wait. Wait a minute. I'm trying to see... Okay. The guy is a Japanese version of Ozzy Osbourne. So he kind of looked like him. He has a small mustache, but where did I see him? His face reminds me of someone, but I don't know who.
Was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
She knows him.
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
The assistance is uneasy. The assistant saw the face of the guy too. He remembers him well. Don't tell me. He removes his cowl. Okay. He has a white clothes. He has still...
Father.
Oh, fuck. This is Kazuma. And the reason why he looks so familiar is because the professor is Kazuma's dad. Asogi. Asogi was in the telegram, but he was not Kazuma they were talking about. They were talking about... no, wait. No. No, so the other one is Ishin. So who's Ishin? There was Kazuma, Tobias Gregson, and Ishin. So is he Ishin Kazuga? Oh, I don't know. Man.
What? Father?
Yeah, he's removing his mask. This is Kazuma. Alright, let the mask fall.
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
But he's gonna be a prosecutor now.
As he stood there before me,
Are we gonna fight him? He's looking at us.
Ryunosuke.
We're near crying.
Hello again.
Hello again, my friend.
My friend.
Smiling.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Ah, this is so beautiful.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
No, the katana. He's taking it off.
Karuma.
Kashima.
Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
He's handing it back. And he's taking it. Put it back in the scabbard. Along his belt, along with his other saber.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
He's taking his other saber. Oh no, that's the katana. Is he gonna cut his head off? What are you doing? Yeah, he break the wax statue, cut it in half with the karma blade. Ka-ching!
Kazuma-sama.
You destroyed a valuable wax statue.
Ryunosuke,
You owe Madame Tuspel 200 pounds.
we have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing you.
And then he leaves.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I thank you for meeting me with, as I ask. Curtsy, and he leaves. Big revelation at the end of the chapter, wow.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his has passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
The end. There you go. Wow. Now I can understand why it's some fans' favorite chapter. Not because of the case itself, but about the story and the revelation it entails. Like, the ending was nice. I didn't like the case at all. It was a bullshit case. It was a challenge, nonetheless. I kind of liked it.